All right. Hello, good morning. Let's see, just let me fix the link stuff. Go tweet to web development community, and then a link to my dear colleagues. Cool. Yeah, so I haven't streamed for a few days. I've had a bit of I think I've been a bit stressed for the last couple of weeks. Reflected on the streams as well, mostly complaining. But yeah, I think I'm still a little bit stressed. I'm not sure. It's there's this it kind of just goes together, like work and family. Like it's hard to differentiate because they're like perpetuating each other. So if you're stressed at work, you get stressed at home. If you're stressed at home, you get stressed at work. And even though like I'm constantly reflecting on how intense it's been, like having a second kid and going through the first year, and it's just insane what we've been through as a family and trying to work at the same time. But then you kind of adjust. Like that's the thing. That's the good and bad thing about being a human being, is that we're so well adjustable. Like, so the good thing about that is when you get into stressful situations, you very quickly adjust to that and you prevail. But then again, if you've been in a shitty situation and suddenly things gets good, it's good for like 5 freaking minutes, and then you're adjusted to that, and then you start complaining again. It's really annoying. Yeah. But feeling super productive. We're iterating on the process of our team, making things more clear. Like we've always been productive. It's just we haven't necessarily focused on the right thing. So that's what we're improving. But I have lots of stuff I'm gonna do today. I just got a link to this Rust. Like I'm kind of the state machine dude at CodeSandbox. It's not necessarily about like state machines. It's just being explicit about states. Instead of having a lot of Boolean states, you are explicit about states and what values are available, and even like what functionality is available in each state. But here I got a link for a Rust-based state machine. Blinky. Yeah, it's interesting. It seems to state on, state off. I don't understand. Where does it define the state itself? Like where does on and off come from? Oh, sorry, of course, from this thing itself. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. So yeah, here it doesn't really it doesn't use like it's a state machine without explicit states. So it's just flipping this Boolean. So in that sense, it's not not a state machine. Button pressed super state. Oh, that's maybe what they're. Oh, so they call it super state? Interesting. Yeah, I have to read more. Like it's, I'm not saying that, like this is wrong in any sense. It's just comparing it to my own understanding of state machines. Anyways, so what we're going to do, I'm going to take a quick look at my calendar. And I move my calendar to the other screen because I got some feedback that I was sharing out of office information about my colleagues, which is not, I shouldn't do that. Okay, so I have a meeting at 11:15. So we have up until then at least. So let's see here. So we've been basically working on improvements for the Git experience. We have some quirks and some UI we haven't taken, or some state that we haven't taken advantage of. So the thing I just deleted was actually that we are able to detect when you're behind main, for example. You're working on a branch, you're behind main, and we can detect before you merge from main that it will cause a conflict. That's huge. That's such an improvement over any other solution that I know of. Is that you do that, you just want to update from main, and then without your knowledge suddenly have a bunch of conflicts, and then you have to like either reset or you have to like fix them. But now you know when you do that sync that it's, yeah, that's also something I wanted to do. Git sync is very slow. I noticed that it's like super slow. Doing a sync should just when behind target branch feels very slow. Investigate. Yeah. Yeah, we don't need all this. Investigate. Yes. So what is this? A merge target has been merged into main. You can no longer use the editor Git tools to make any commits to your working branch. Good questions. So the thing is, we always had main or the default branch as the target branch. So when you created a branch and you branch that branch, it will still point to, for example, main as a target instead of the branch you branched from. And then we fixed that. But now if you were to merge the branch you branched from, that branch is deleted. And now your branch isn't able to fetch from it because it's been deleted. So how are we going to handle that? I want some feedback from Zé on this as well, just to give him some context. When you branch from main and then example draft foo, and then you branch from draft foo to example draft bar, then you merge draft foo into main, causing draft foo to be deleted. The draft bar has an invalid target branch. How should we help the user? So I think a good solution will either be well, we don't know the default branch, I think. I think a good solution I think a good solution yeah. I think we need to involve the user here, allowing them to change the target branch, but that is a bigger implementation. So that basically means you can always change the target branch, which is perfectly fine. But it's a bit involved doing that. But now we're getting this error. Since changing target branch is quite involved, short-term solution, we stop fetching when it errors, and add a new state that target branch is not available. This could be indicated on the badge as well. Long-term solution, we introduce the possibility to change target branch. This has to go through the API so that we also change it on the repo entity in the DB. Yeah, it's interesting. There are two ways of communication here. There's us going through the API and the API talking to the VM instance, or we can change it on the VM instance and the VM instance notifies up to the API the other way around. But yeah, we try to make everything go through the API, because then we're perfectly certain that the API knows about the change, which is important. And this is such an uncommon thing to do. Yeah. This is more involved and would allow the user to change target branch at any moment. Yeah. Cool. Issue with port not linked to terminal, not able to close. Yeah, there was a fix with problem restarting task that Bogdan fixed a few days ago. So maybe related to that. But that's great. Yeah. Why did Evis add it here? Oh yeah. That is definitely something. Yeah, it's interesting. We made VS Code work for cloud sandboxes, but since cloud sandboxes are based on Git for persistence, it's actually shown in the history in VS Code. Even fixing the commit here will not. Will still make staged files show. Still make any change show here. We'll still make any change. Yeah, this is interesting. We didn't think about this. And if you try to commit, you will get an error as you do not have access to the Git folder. Yeah, can argue that you wouldn't normally go here. Hello, Jana. How you feeling? How are we going to solve this one? Oh, my face is like over the text. Yeah, I wish there was a way. Maybe I should put my... Yeah, I guess there's no good way, good place to put my face. Yeah, but how do we solve this one? I wonder if it's better to like put my face down here. Like normally it doesn't, well, it would cover like code and stuff. Yeah, it's kind of tricky. Anyways, and if you try to commit, you'll get an error as you don't have access to the Git folder. Yeah, this one's tricky. It's kind of unrelated to this issue. What we could maybe do is actually ignore the whole sandbox folder using the existing global git ignore. But when we stage, we do but when what was the command? Git stage ignored files. Yeah. I think this is the solution. Where did we go? But when we stage, we do git add this will stage all files regardless. Is it possible to stage git add all except? Is there a command for that? Yeah, which is explained in other. Yeah, exactly. So we can do. Oh, this is beautiful. I think this is the solution. All. How do we? Oh, God damn it. Oh! How do we get that thing into the thing? Ah, come on. So no node modules. So that will be git. Oh, come on. Give me a break. Git add all force. And still, and user will never see anything on git status. Yeah, that we should explore that. My brain is working today. Maybe there's something about this that won't work, but interesting. cool. We'll revisit that issue later. We talked about when the user design. Okay, nice. Should we add a new picture event? I can switch branch. I don't see. Revert to original. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by the buttons, but that's no biggie. Yeah, so we don't really expose a way. So the thing is that you could technically change your branch. Like the whole concept of CodeSandbox repos is that every VM is tied to a branch, but you can technically change the branch. So what do we do when that happens? Like it might be a process, or you might have done it yourself. Well, we want to notify about it. And then how do you resolve it? Well, there's two solutions. Either we actually like redirect you to the branch you did a checkout on, or we like don't do anything. It's quite tricky. Just implementing it is quite tricky because yeah. Yeah, so this is interesting because we don't really want to expose a way to change branches through the protocol because that's not how it's intended to work. And we don't really want to run it as a task either, because then it pops up as a task. So it would be more like running arbitrary commands. I do think we have that though. I do believe we have functionality for running arbitrary commands. Does Pitcher have that? Let's see. Oh my god, this was a long start of my day. Where are we? Pitcher. By the way, we have a new development flow for Pitcher. I haven't tried it yet, but I'm exceptionally excited for it. Let's see. So this would be shell. I thought we had like command shell DTO. So this is open shell. Shell create, shell in, shell list, shell open. Shell. No, we're actually running. Yeah, we're creating a shell, and we don't really want to do that. We just want to run. Oh, commands. We do have commands. Command execute. What is commands? Name to display in the what is this? Well, okay, I guess. Yeah, it's like one strong separation try to basically demand is that Pitcher knows nothing about the editor. And the command palette is specific to our editor. While Pitcher can be run with many different clients that has no knowledge of a command palette. But where are these commands coming from? What are commands? I have to ask. We expose commands on the Pitcher protocol. What are those? Yeah, I wonder what those are. Where does it get that list from? Like what's, yeah, well, we can, where is it coming from? Providers? Command provider? This command. Register command. Just arbitrary shell command. Yeah, I just don't understand, how are they? Why do we register them? Yeah, I don't understand why we, like, one thing is just running some command, but this is like, there was also an execute. Where's that? Execute. On await command on execution. Where's that coming from? Command function. Command definition. Oh, so it is not the clients registering commands, it is Pitcher. Okay, so this is, it's Pitcher that registers commands, and then those can be listed by the, okay. Okay, interesting. So, okay. Okay. Cool. Okay, so there are certain commands we can run, though I guess they don't take like arguments and stuff, do they? ID on execution. Command function. Yeah, I guess they don't take any params. Yeah, anyways, I was just thinking about if we could use that for the changing the branch. yeah, so we don't really have functionality for running arbitrary commands. Yeah, what should we do about this? We should not really expose on picture protocol the ability to change branch explicitly, as that really goes against the whole concept of picture being tied to a specific branch. But we could expose Git what's it called? Like just revert branch, which does what you say. Git checkout target branch. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's do it. Yeah. Cool. And then oh my god. Close. Let's see. I don't care about. Oh, did I? Oops, I didn't mean to click it. Tabs. So. Oh yeah, that's smart. All VMs uses old version. Usually gets selected change until there is a temporary folder. Yeah, but that's I thought about fixing this. We have this new functionality, the merge thing. You can make this a simple save in git status. Should be enough with if safe git status target. Yeah, I think this makes sense. Yeah, this is great. This is a much smarter fix. Also add a comment about backwards compatibility. Approving this, but please fix the comment. Very smart solution. Cool. Nice. Add free badge based on active team and subscription status. Oh, nice. Tristan is on. Yeah, I'll let Tristan handle that. Tabs, initial work, reset. Yeah, we're going to work on this. I need to ask for some help. Support for setting template. This as making an. I want to mention that the code around this was really not necessary. Hang ribbon. Yeah, I totally agree. Like we introduced, it was we introduced GraphQL in the editor code base, and I think it was a huge mistake. It causes so much complexity, like Evis points to, but we are going to, and it's not because of GraphQL itself, it's just how you consume GraphQL. But yeah, let's review this and see that it works. Use delete template, and there it's using rest. Use create template. Just look at this. It's insane, like how you deal with GraphQL. It's just insane. And here, like if no CSV API, like it's just insane. I totally share the frustration with the introduction of GQL. It was just hacked together because we were on time pressure. It was just, yeah. So I totally share with the introduction. With the time pressure, it was not implemented properly and should not have been implemented at all at that point in time. But editor team has been spreading too thin, putting devs in a box without ability to discuss implementations with others. I told you share with the interaction of Giga. With the time pressure, it was not implemented properly and should not have been implemented at all. As REST had the stuff we needed. But editor team has been spreading too thin, putting devs solo on implementations, making all the decisions in isolation. It is not a good way. This is not a GQL problem. This is a problem with how we organized ourselves creating the feature. Yeah, I have to push back a little bit because good code is not a big percentage of the result of code is the environment around the code, which has most to do with, are you alone making decisions as a developer, or did you discuss the implementations with others and got feedback? Was there time pressure? And this is just really good examples. With the time pressure, it was not implemented properly and should not have been implemented, as REST had the stuff we needed. But editor team has been spreading too thin, putting devs solo on implementations, making all the decisions in isolation. This is not a GQL problem. This is a problem. When we did find time to discuss GQL for the editor, it resulted in us wanting to do some component import use sandbox, use query, So mutations will be, so this is another project I'm working on. I soon have something running. From CodeSandbox API. So this would be oh, sorry. Of course, use query. So this would be some component toggle template or something. Set template or toggle template. I don't know what the mutation is though. What is the mutation? Just so I give a good example. Yeah, I don't really need to create an example. Wanting to put GQL behind CodeSandbox API. So there is no SVR, there is no low level management of GQL. It is just promise based like REST. So as an example, import use sandbox, use query, create query from CodeSandbox API. Some component const sandbox update sandbox use sandbox REST combines CRUD behind a hook, and then const sandbox equals create query sandbox, and then you want to have ID string. Well, we don't have to type it. Let's see. Sandbox ID title true. GQL works exactly the same. Const sandbox yeah, we don't have to rest. I don't have to talk about the caching and stuff. Use query sandbox ID 123. Define GQL queries. There is no difference in consumption, no low level wiring of SVR, etc. You just consume a package for retrieving data in the world of CodeSandbox. Yeah, I had to get this out because I've been part of building the architecture for the editor, and people who aren't hasn't been part of the journey and doesn't know the code base well have a really hard time making code changes, which I totally understand. But the point is that we did a big shift from using an external state management solution, a framework, to just using React. And we have to figure out the patterns and the separation of concern there. And we have found it. It's just that we haven't been able to defend spending time on making it the way we want to make it. So that's what I get. I get like, I have empathy for the frustration, but I'm also frustrated because we know how to fix it. It's just that, yeah, as I said, we don't have time. With the time, it was not implemented properly and should not have been implemented at all, as REST had the stuff we needed. But editor team has been spreading too thin, putting dev solo, making all the decisions in isolation. This is not a GCL problem. This is a problem with how we organized ourselves creating the feature. When introducing GCL in the editor. When we did find time to discuss GCL for the editor, it's just us wanting to put all data fetching behind CodeSandbox, so there is no low level management of grabbing data at all. It will be the same concept for all our clients with cache management, session management, we have re-implemented this 1,000 times, it feels like. Low level 1,000 it feels like. As an example of how this would work, how this will work when we are able to defend spending time on doing what we want to do. Let's copy that. Yeah, I'm going to move that into the comments field instead, and then we're going to test this. Yeah, this was like a very defensive response, but it's important. So I totally share frustration with the introduction of GCL. With the time pressure, it was not implemented properly and should not have been implemented at all, as REST had the stuff we needed. But editor team has been spreading too thin, putting dev solo on implementations, making all the decisions in isolation. This is not a GCL problem. This is a problem with how we organize ourselves when introducing GCL in the editor. When we did find time to discuss GCL for the editor, it resulted in us wanting to put all data fetching behind CodeSandbox API, so there is no low-level management of grabbing data at all. It will be the same concept for all our clients, and with cache management, session management, we have re-implemented this low level 1,000 times, it feels like. So as an example of how this will work when we are able to defend spending time on doing what we want to do. So like if you want a sandbox, you just go and grab a sandbox. So that would be REST. And then if you were to do GraphQL, it will just be a create query and consume it the same way. And then we have the cache management behind the scenes. Cool. Oh yeah, sorry. So this would be React. Cool. But let's do the actual review. So I think we can just open this. Hey, that is. Yeah, I got a bit frustrated by this, I have to be honest. It's so Yeah, it's really, really difficult to. Mm, yeah, but I'm going to put all that frustration into energy and finish the package I've been working on, which is the initial version of this, so that people see how where we're moving towards. Because it takes time. Like it takes a lot of time to figure out how you want to build an application. It's not. It's not just components and like some UI. It's so much stuff in a complex application like the editor that needs to come together. Um, and when you combine that with having to move really, really fast, implementing new features, a lot of shortcuts, a lot of hacks, a lot of spreading thin in the teams, making decisions on your own without getting feedback from others, you end up in this state. And I think my frustration is more that we have to stop complaining. Yeah, I think it's unfair to complain about it. Or it to me, it highlights that there's a lack of understanding of the state of the client and why we're in this situation. Mm. Uh, are you aware of why we are in a bad state on the editor client? When you feel working in the editor client, do you reflect on? Do you consider why? Do you do you consider it feels that way because we have never been able to defend taking time to do you consider it feels that way because we've never been able to defend we are moving too fast, putting devs in isolation, making decisions without including the whole team, spreading thin and putting devs in isolation. We have not been able to defend what's it called? Factoring our code to the patterns the team has. We've not been able to defend refactoring our code to the pattern. Since last spending I totally understand your frustration, but it makes me double because we know how to make this code base good. But we are not being given the time to do so. Okay, I should not write this. Let's just, I need to calm down. We have to move on. Yeah, I take things a bit personal. There's no reason to make this worse than it is. We like the client team working on this, we know what we need to do to make it better, and we will get time to do that. And we are trying our best to improve the little we can in between the most important priorities. But it will just take time. What the hell were we doing? Yeah, we're going to test this. Copy link. Oh my god. But yeah, it's very interesting. Like, looking back, we could have chosen a framework, state management framework, and we would have, like, with settled patterns, we would have had a much cleaner code base. That's for sure. No doubt about that. But then we would have been tied to that framework. And we wouldn't have any room to make any improvements over that framework, because everything would have been decided for us. And there are fundamental changes happening to how React works. Just what we talked about now, data fetching. Like data fetching, if we were to choose Redux, you would do the data fetching and put your data in Redux. That's like how Redux really works. Or at least that's the common pattern. And if we started doing that, like introducing GraphQL and stuff like that, it would be really difficult to combine. Like if we did REST calls, it makes sense to put the state in Redux, but when you do GraphQL, it doesn't make sense, because you're having partial queries looking at the same data at different places in the component tree. And that isn't as compatible with, for example, Redux. But like the path of React is that you think about data fetching separately from your application state. But there aren't really like that good patterns or established patterns, especially combining that data with application state. So your application state depends on the data, which we have a ton of in our editor application. It's not just showing data, it's actually interacting with that data, which is such an insanely more complex thing to do than just showing data. What was my point? Yeah, and then what I mean about established is like, even though we have hooks now, those hooks, so for example, if you use Urkel for GQL, you get this really weird object which just has a bunch of optional stuff, and you have to do a lot of weird checks to like figure out if you have the data or not. Like the typing experience there is not good. And then you have suspense. Like when you use these hooks, you can just basically return the promise if you have a suspense-based strategy with React, which we can decide when we go low-level React. But if we use a framework, then you might be using tools that doesn't return like a promise, and you can't like do those things. So we really want to control the whole thing, but that means we also have to figure out the patterns that we want to apply, and it takes time to figure this out, especially in the midst of like the ecosystem changing and new ideas are popping up. And yeah, I can't leave this alone, can I? Let's see. Um, was a bit political. Um, mm. God damn it. I am having such a hard time leaving it alone. Let's see. It's almost like I just want to take 2 weeks off and then refactor the whole freaking editor to the patterns we have aligned on. And just show people that just give us this time and then we can move on from here. Yeah, it's really weird. These sandboxes aren't working very well on stream. And time to help me with the... let's see, let's fork this one. Let's see, I have to write down, let's see, where was the... I have to put it down somewhere. Let's see, how do I... Day, week, let's see, there's the sync. Just going to write down, let's see, where were we? Okay, so I am supposed to be able to edit info and make it a template. Invalid requests. For who? What request? Oh, I seem to have been completely disconnected. What the hell? What the hell happened? Oh, I'm disconnected. There we go. What happened there? Oh, did I have any other stuff? No. Yeah, just some... okay. This reviewing took more time than I expected. I was hoping to get some of my own stuff done. Template. Why is it giving invalid requests? Has already been taken. Okay, we have to give that info. I tested this, but getting an error. Not sure why I get it, and should probably also have handling for it, unless it is a bug. I forked the v2 template and then just checked the box. Cool. Support for setting template. Yeah, I'm not going to look at that over mine. I have to distance myself from that. Yeah, and we're going to look at like space, refactor spaces later, and also this thing. My colleague David is working on that, and he's out for the week, so we'll look at that when he gets back. Yeah, the same with the tabs. So now we have this thing, and I think Alex can join me. Let's see, where's the interview thing? There it is. Boop. Copy link. Where's the... Let's copy the link. Oh, here it is. You know the CodeSandbox API thing? I'm going to demo it tomorrow. I'm just implementing caching for GraphQL, and then it's ready to roll. Hello, Alex. Let's see. Camera, Alex. Cool. How do I put you in green room? There we go. There you are. Hello.
Good to be back at Radio Alfoni.
It's good to have you here. How are you feeling, Alex?
Good. I just spotted a bug with this pull from main. When it has conflicts, when it actually has conflicts, it reverts the pull for some reason.
Oh.
I'm uploading a video on the channel, but yeah, we can take a look later.
Oh, it could be. It could be. Maybe there's a like it does, because it does like a test merge, which it reverts. So maybe that's happening at the same time when you actually do the sync or something. Because you're saying when you actually click the button, it just
Yeah, I
removes
click
it.
the
Yeah.
button, it generates the conflicts, but then a few seconds afterwards, it resets the state of
Yeah.
Git.
I think that's because it does like it doesn't abort related to the test merge. So it probably it shouldn't really do any test merge if there aren't any changes. Like if you are, yeah, or maybe you should just check what your local state is. So it should only do the test merge if you don't have any local changes, because it does a reset. Like to avoid stashing your current changes and all of that shit. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, we need to revisit that. What were we doing? Yeah, the thingy. This UI stuff that it confuses me. So the issue is I have to reproduce. Well, I guess we can just run it and reproduce it. And let me create a branch. And what I'm allowed to do now is to say like reset branch to remote. And then when I say yes reset, this is going to fail. There's a problem with this in picture that I also have to fix, but the thing is it fails and then we get a notification. But you can't click the notification. By the way, what is the red thing? Like we have like a white notification and then we have this red notification.
Yeah.
And it's a bit confusing because the white one is called alert, and I always think that's like the error one.
I think I have the same confusion, and it's funny because everyone that worked at that feature kind of left, because I think Scott originally created it, and then Gianmarco worked on it. But yeah, I think there was a reasoning at some point. There's a semantic bit, like what an alert is and what a mess. I think the other one is just a status message or something like that. I'm not sure what's the name. I forgot now. So one is the permanent alert, and that should be probably used more often for when we have to convey a lot of information, or when the user has some action to do, like retry or do this or do that. Then the other one is just like a mini confirmation that an action happened, like copy to clipboard or something.
Yeah. Cool. So you see, I can't click the thing.
Yeah.
And then because the dialog has kind of put this whole.
But one, I noticed when you clicked on that. Is there a reason to keep the dialog open?
Yeah, the thing is, I have the wrong notification. I'm supposed to have the red one, so that you like it just pops up and then it's gone again. It just states that. Or I can.
So you want to keep you want to keep the window, the model window open, right? Are you sure?
It's like what actually happened here is that I haven't actually evaluated what I want to do when there's an error. It just I just triggered a notification and then my mind just got stuck in why the fuck can't I click it? So this is not really necessarily how it's supposed to be. It's just I noticed that we have an issue.
Yeah, I don't think these should kind of these two should be these two should never be on the same screen in a way.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
I think because either you show the error localized in the model window, like you don't dispatch a notification or alert or whatever this thing is called, or you show a thing at the bottom that's just like a status that something happened.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, But that's fair, and then I don't have to change anything. But
Yeah,
what?
we can dive into why you cannot click, but I'm pretty sure it's some messed up Z index, some user select none, or some sort of weird
uh,
setting.
let's see, reset.
I don't even know logically if the model should be on top, like the overlay of the model, should it be on top of anything?
Yeah,
Probably not, because alerts should still be on top of that.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. It's a good like
you
yeah.
can use here a use. Is it status? Add status.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm supposed to use.
Yeah,
Uh,
because this one also has like, if I
yeah,
remember correctly, has like, yeah,
statement.
an actual status, which is error, like it
Yeah,
shows in red. Yeah, exactly. Whereas
that's
the alert is, this state is styled always the same. I think it's a
yeah.
white thing.
Okay, but that's good. Yeah, let's do that. And at least it shows above the overlay, so it's not like behind the shadow. So that at least that's fixed. And then,
Yeah,
as you say, like it doesn't make sense to have other interactable elements on top
yeah.
of a model. Yeah. Cool. Let's see how it looks.
By the way, you can use the, if this is an async call that you have like a loading phase, or like a just a flag or something.
Mm-hmm.
You can use the button loading prop.
Oh, is there a loading?
Yeah,
Ah, nice. I
you
learned
can just use it instead of the disabled, because it also
disabled.
disables it,
Okay, cool. That's nice.
I think.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, yeah, it also disables it.
Nice. Okay, but this is good. Then I just have to figure out why the hell it's it's not working on the picture
Not
side,
a big problem.
and then it's done. But yeah, maybe you could maybe if you have time, could I show you how the model thing works? Or
Yeah, sure.
yeah. So I added just like we have like global notification. I created a global model. And the way it works is that there's a use global model hook where you type the different kinds of models we have. So currently now it's disconnected and reset local to remote. And here I could add other stuff. Like I could say foo string. So when you trigger the model, you can like give it arguments.
Yeah, yeah, I like to pass some context.
Yeah. So it's just like a tiny reducer where you can open a model, and you can close a specific model. And the way it works is that even though there's different ways to do this, and instead of just having one model, where one model would it's kind of protecting the code. So if for some reason you would trigger a model, if there's a model there will still just be one model, but when you close that model, the other model comes back. If that makes sense. So it's not like overriding models.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So it shouldn't really happen. I think maybe I over
Yeah,
engineered
yeah, yeah,
that part.
it's like a worst case scenario where something is not actually well thought, maybe,
Yeah.
but at
And
least it
especially like
doesn't.
if you have you might have like, cause a model is tied to a component, and that component might be doing some data fetching or something. And then if that's suddenly just unmounted from React, then suddenly you're maybe not doing something that you were supposed to do.
Mhm.
But anyways, so the point is there's always one model, but it's a stack. And then in the And then there's a provider for the hook, because this makes
Mhm.
sense to be a context provider, so you can trigger any global model from any place in the component tree. And the only thing it really does is that it looks at the array of models, where it's typically just one model, and then it renders it. And then there's a single dialog which renders all the contents of all the all
Mm-hmm.
sorry, it renders the, oh wait a minute, does it render all the models?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it
wanted
should.
to ask this. Like, where do you?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
I think it's current model there, right?
Yeah, yeah, I did a mistake there. But I wanted to make sure that it doesn't unmount. Yeah, I think I'm over engineering this. Maybe I should just simplify it. Yeah, because the thing is, if we only render the current model, it will unmount the other models, and then you lose the
Mm-hmm.
state of them. But yeah, I'll simplify it with a single model, and then we don't have to, because it's
And
so like.
how do you use this? Like, do you render the content of the model somewhere
Yeah.
in the code?
So what it does is that in the global hook, you define the model itself, like the type of the model, and then in the index
Mm-hmm.
file, when you render a model, you switch
Mm.
on the types of models, and then you actually return the component, and you can also return the width, the max width.
Yeah, that's the thing. Uh, can you use a model next to the code that triggers that model? Because sometimes you need some very custom UI inside the model,
Mm-hmm.
or should that be not an instance of global model? That should be something else, pretty like just an instance of the radix dialog
Yeah, that's a good
used.
question. I'm thinking of global model as like with the overlay and everything, it completely takes your attention. Does the
No,
model you thought of?
that one also can do that, but for example, do we have anything like this? So this works well for models that kind of stand by themselves, like you want, like the feedback model, let's say, or
Mm-hmm.
something that you trigger from multiple places and it just shows up something. But uh, I'm trying to think of windows that need to be rendered from specific components, like maybe some confirmation, very specific confirmation.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, like the Git, I think the Git checkout, no, the Git, not reset, how's it called? When you undo Git changes and you have that confirmation, it's a specific model that we show.
Git confirmation. But is the position different? Like, is that?
No, but No, but you show that confirmation that are you sure you want to discard all these changes, and then you have a list of all the Git changes. So
Mm-hmm.
it's easier, I think, to render that model in the Git panel there, like just the content of the model, because you already use the data there.
Oh yeah, but then
I don't remember now how it's implemented exactly.
yeah, cause now it's like you in this implementation you centralize all the models in one place, and then
Yeah,
you just use the hook.
but then some models will depend on hooks, and then it's weird to get like for models that are general purpose. It makes sense that are
Mm-hmm.
more static. That you only need a this is a type of model like send feedback, and everything inside the send feedback model is very contained. You don't need extra data from outside, but or at most maybe you need like one parameter, which is fine to pass.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have those kind of models which depend very much on your current state,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the Git, the discard changes confirmation model. I think is a good example. which
Yeah.
if you say discard all, it gives you a list of all the changes, and then you can confirm, and then you have to check if you want to be asked a second time and so on.
Yeah. But then I guess it's not like the challenge with that is, so for that one it makes sense to have it in a single component because that's the only place you can trigger it. But so for example, for reset local to remote, it can be triggered from like multiple places. So where do you mount the component?
The which one? The reset?
Yeah, reset local to remote. So
Yeah, no, exactly. Like when they are independent of the place which launches them, they're just like actions that you
yeah,
can.
yeah, but
It makes sense.
yeah, but maybe like yeah, what's the rule? Like why would you choose? Why would you put a model in here instead of like having it local to the thing? Um, and it is really because now you're able to trigger it from wherever you want. Yeah, it's interesting because when I moved the disconnected model, it it used to be rendered explicitly when you were like disconnected, like in the
Hmm.
disconnected state of the well now called container. That's when it was
Yeah.
rendered, and that made a lot of sense. And moving it over here made it more complicated because now I had to check, uh, did we move into this state and then trigger the model, and then when should we close the model? Oh, it's when we are disconnected and we move back into like a connected state instead of just rendering it when we render the disconnected state. So yeah, because we're using, so for example, reset local to remote, that's part of, you can trigger it up here on the context menu, you can trigger it from the command palette. Oh, sorry.
I
And like
I think that.
where does that dialogue live?
Hmm?
Where does that where should that if that dialogue component should be its own thing, like reset local to remote dialogue, where should that be mounted?
Yeah, it's a good point.
um
No, I think that's the if it's if the it should be a choice. Maybe it's not very clear cut, but
yeah.
if the model is triggered from multiple places, I wouldn't necessarily put the command palette, because the command palette most of the times just duplicates what you can do in the visible screen. So technically, you could say that the registration of the command to open the model can also be called where the model is rendered, like if it's in that drop down menu, for
Oh
example.
yeah, yeah.
Because the command palette also kind of works like this, where it can register, take commands from anywhere in the anywhere on the screen.
Yeah, and it's interesting because we don't really have, there's certain things that doesn't really have a specific place in the component tree. Like you could argue that okay, since we have a git sidebar, that's what I don't quite like about it. It's like, yeah, we do have this git sidebar, but that's like UI. It doesn't dictate where git should be available. Like git should be available in the whole thing. Like we might want to introduce some git features unrelated to the git sidebar. And if we use that
Oh,
UI component to dictate like if we have git or not at all in the editor, meaning it affects the command palette and everything, then it's like um, then it's tied to the git sidebar as a piece of UI instead of git being enabled in the editor as a whole, if that makes sense.
yeah, yeah, but that's it, we're slipping into the state management realm now. That's because Git is about consuming a data source, and that should be available globally.
Yeah.
Whereas, for example, commands related to the file explorer, like creating a file,
Yeah.
you could argue that that should be available only when you're on the file explorer.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not, that's not the best example, because you could also consider that's an external thing, but
Yeah. Yeah.
adding a certain dev tool to the current list, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or closing any of the existing dev tools. In my mind, the command palette should show only the dev tools that you also see, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
No. Yeah. It's interesting. Like
When
sometimes
it's state
you.
management, it should be based on the context of that state
Yeah.
management. When it's data consuming like Git, then yeah, it should be available everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Like certain. Yeah. It's really interesting. Like certain state you want to be tied to a specific UI element, but some state you don't. Like that's basically it. But yeah, it's I guess maybe it is like, yeah, I'm just thinking the only reason I introduced this was because of reset branch to remote, because the dialog component doesn't really have a specific home in the component tree, because it's not really tied to a specific piece of UI. Well, maybe you could argue that it should be part. You could argue that it should be part of the title, because that's where you kind of trigger it through the context menu, and then the command palette command would be mounted there as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky
Yeah.
with there isn't a single solution, I think, for this, and that's fine as well.
Yeah.
On the other hand, like I'm looking now at the specific implementation for this discard confirmation dialog, and it has a lot of code that is general model things, like animating the opening or rendering the overlay or not. And in my mind, that should be abstracted away. Like, you only care about the content of the model. So
Yeah.
in an ideal situation, you either have a model that is predefined, like the one you created here, or like I
Yeah.
said, feedback model, preferences, confirmation, yes, no confirmation, or these kind of standard models that you can use across the application. And those are dispatched imperatively, right? They just say dispatch show model this type with this prop or something like that. It just shows up. Um, and then you have the kind of models which are more coupled with the local component, which is like this Git thing, and that model should be the content should be defined there, but the model component that uses to wrap that should deal with like showing the overlay, uh, holding the state. Maybe, I don't know. That depends, I guess. If you want to keep the state inside controlled or uncontrolled, but yeah, it shouldn't necessarily have to render in a different place.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But you're saying that the discard thing should really have been more of a generic thing?
No, parts of it should be reusable. Like,
Yeah,
I don't
so
know.
but could it just be like you import like global model, and the only thing it really has is it's just a, like, it doesn't, it puts children inside itself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
you're just thinking, you're just writing the JSX for the content
yeah.
of the model.
Yeah,
And you
exactly.
have some
So at least all models are consistently showing up with the same kind of overlay and everything.
exactly.
Yeah, maybe
exactly.
that's
Yeah.
better to do introduce that in this PR, because like talking to you on this now, it's um, you can easily argue just like the discard thing is like tied to the UI um, of is it like can you discard from anywhere else than inside this piece of UI? Like you can't discard from the command palette, or can you?
I don't know.
But that would
Maybe
be
it's
like that would be a good example. Like if we wanted to, if someone said like, oh, can we just add discard all to the command palette, and then if that command is tied to the Git sidebar, like the mounted Git sidebar, and holds the dialog for that thing, then you have to open the Git sidebar to enable the command
yeah.
on the command palette and allow the dialog to be open. Um, and I'm not saying that's wrong. It's just that like a consequence of localizing the.
Yeah.
And I just sometimes I just this is what I hate about just consuming React is that you have to make these decisions all the time and reflect on them, as opposed to having like external state management. You never think about this stuff. You just that's where you implement it, and it will always be available to you. But there's so much power to having localized state as well, like in data fetching and all that, because it literally is driven by the UI, which makes things so much simpler. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't really like how we're dealing with this right now. I'm looking, I'm going through the code,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm looking at all the instances of dialog root that we use, the radix dialog.
Yeah.
And every time we use it, we just put it in a component actually. So it doesn't it's neither in the UI where you want to show the model, nor is it somewhere else extracted. It's next to the UI but in a different component. So it has every time it has to
Oh.
kind of deal with all the state, has to pass on open, change on, discard, like has to render the overlay. That's just it's not ideal for long-term scalability, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, and I guess you could also.
We have a dialogue in the so this is the dialogue coming from Radix, but we also have a second dialogue apparently in the import. I don't know why.
Hmm. Yeah. So I guess like yeah, I guess you could also argue that just to avoid having to reflect on this, it's better to just have one way of doing it. Like this is how you create models, and you could also
Yeah,
argue that
the,
since there's only one model active at any time, you could also
Mhm.
ensure that, so you would never get into a situation.
What how I think about this is whatever is inside the model is just UI code that can very well be rendered in a page. So, like we're just talking about introducing this model that shows all the benefits of Pro.
Mm-hmm.
When you click on start trial or upgrade to Pro, we could first show a model and then we show like all the benefits, and then you actually go to Stripe.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, the very content that's inside that model could be on the slash pro page. Just mount the same piece of UI with the same specs. So you have a single source of truth for that particular component. Just mount it in a page now.
Mm-hmm.
So the model itself is just a mechanism for showing a component in front of everything with an overlay and with a close button, and then everything else. Okay, there might be some specific scenarios for when you want to hook in some specific call to actions at the bottom of the model, but
Mm-hmm.
that's maybe case by case we need to discuss. But
Mm-hmm.
other than that, I would definitely push for having, and this is more like a design system way of thinking also about the model, but it's just a mechanism for showing any particular component
Yeah.
outside of the rendering tree in a pop whatever model.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yes, I guess like the thing that I can't quite conclude on is like, should that then be like you import global model as a component wherever you want in the component tree, and then you just give it some children and it will show as a model. The children will be shown inside the model. But then you
Uh,
depend on that piece of componentry to be mounted for the model to be shown at all, and you can't really trigger it from anywhere else.
but is it possible to have both? Would it create any problem if, like, we have one global model for which you can dispatch a
Yeah.
standard set of messages and models that you want to
Mm-hmm.
show, and those are implemented separately because they are very isolated from the rest of the app.
Mm-hmm.
Even like the create sandbox model is a great example. Like in V1, we need it on the editor, we need it on the dashboard, you need it in all sorts of places, and it's a very complex piece of UI, but it makes sense to be implemented completely separately, right?
Yeah.
um,
Yeah, we
but
can
then
make,
also have
yeah.
the ability to have the ability to take that same model that is rendered once globally and also mount it somewhere for a specific local need.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so you would have like one global model, which is basically, it's basically the dialogue, and making sure that it behaves as a global model, and then it would just take children here.
Yeah.
And then there will be some other component that is responsible for the dispatched models. Choose which dispatched model to show, but it would also just use the same global model
Yeah.
component to show it. And then you can choose. Do you want to create a dispatchable model, or do you just want to use the model component itself and mount it inside whatever component?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Like with that example that I mentioned, like you I don't know, at some point I imagine you have this pattern with this need to just show some random piece of content that you have in a page but also show it in a model for like even the login. If you think about it, you can have the sign in like as a page or as a model on top of the content.
Mm-hmm.
So you want the
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. No, but that makes sense.
but maybe I guess if we put this as a almost as an RFC but in the form of an actual PR.
Yeah, yeah. I was
um,
thinking I
then we
even
realize
added a README file so I
yeah
could describe it
we
there.
realize that one pattern works.
Yeah,
I know the other people in the team voiced the idea of this idea of keeping the model content localized next to the UI for certain patterns. So let's see what the feedback is.
yeah, yep. Yeah, because the disconnected thing I moved here, I'm going to move it back to where it was, but I'm going to use like the global model like wrapper instead, because it made more sense for the disconnected thing to be tied to the actual state rendering of the container as opposed to being this global dispatch. But for reset local to remote, it definitely makes sense to make it a
Yeah,
global dispatch because you can do it in so many different places.
yeah, and I would argue that any kind of like confirmation or like these kind of standard models can also be dispatched like this. I
Yeah.
do wonder though what happens when you want to get the when you need some user input in the model, and then when the model finishes you want to get that input back into the component that you're in. That's when it works better to have the model next to the
Yeah.
component.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I remember um, it's really interesting. Like I can at least explain it. The way we I can't remember if, yeah, I think it was just documented. Maybe it's even still there. Or my JS. That's why. So the way let's see. I'm just going to see if I can find I can't remember if I wrote something. Anyways, so a way to handle that is that when you do the dispatch, you make that a promise. So you dispatch, it opens the model, and then when the model closes, you resolve that promise with whatever
Yeah,
you clicked or whatever. I'm not saying we
yeah.
should do that here, but that's like how you could solve it.
No, but that's a good idea, I think.
It
I,
worked
I
really
like
well
it.
in Overmind.
It's almost like, because it's like the whole concept of basically yield control,
Yeah,
right? To
exactly.
the almost like
You
like
await opening the model kind of
yeah,
thing. Yeah.
exactly. It's a good analogy of like a pattern that makes sense in code, but also makes sense in the UI, because
Mm.
basically with the model open, the UI should be blocked until you
Yeah.
solve that model.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Um,
Okay, let's explore that. I like where this is going.
awesome. But yeah, I'll clean this up, and I'm going to look at the picture part, and then this will be a PR for both. Yeah, everyone taking a look at the model concept, but then also the specific implementation, which is, yeah,
Perfect.
quite simple. Cool. I need some food, Alex.
All right.
Thank you so much
Enjoy.
for the discussion. And this
Sure.
is like I just had I was just looking at a PR from Evis, and he expressed frustration around how difficult it was to implement something. And the reason it was difficult is because it was just a piece of crap GraphQL implementation. And it's so important to have these conversations. Like a simple thing like a model. Like there's so many quirkiness stuff related to this. And we didn't have this conversation when we introduced GraphQL in the editor. It was just shoved in there. And yeah, we have to make sure that we have these conversations. So, anyways,
Yep.
we'll talk later.
All right. Yep. See ya.
See ya.
Bye bye.
Hi, Sigurd, by the way. Yeah, we were just in the conversation. I'm grabbing some lunch, and when I get back, we're going to clean this thing up and also fix the issue in picture, and then hopefully we have a PR ready. But let's see, boop, and then boop. We'll talk soon. I figured. Um, yeah, actually, I have a meeting in 10 minutes. I forgot about that, so I'll be gone a bit more, but then we have a bit time after that. Yeah, Alex was just helping me with a UI issue, and it led us to talk about models. And we wanted to introduce a global model. But like, what does that really mean? One thing is having a global model in the sense of UI, which has like an overlay, and you see the model and you can just change its contents, which means it's just a component and you give it some children. But then we also have, what led down to the discussion is that we had this feature where it doesn't really make sense to mount the model. It doesn't make sense where to mount the model, basically, because the functionality is split between two very different places, one being the command palette and the other being this context menu. So like, where would you actually mount the dialogue? So then it makes more sense to have like a centralized place to have dialogues, and you can rather just dispatch. You just say, hey, I want to open this dialogue, and then there's a centralized place where the dialogues are handled. And then the question is, should you just embrace one path, or should you allow both? So we decided to allow both, where this global model has a component that takes children and just ensures that the actual model looks correct. And then you have this use, I might change the name, but use global model, which allows you to define to define models by dispatch. Because sometimes it makes sense that the dialogue works as part of the component tree, like disconnected, which I actually refactored into this concept, which actually fits better, just being a mounted component in the component tree. So we're going to move that back, but this one, reset local to remote, makes more sense to be a dispatched model, because there's no specific part of the UI that is really responsible for the model. Trade and then we're in the show on some model file export use. Yeah, use some model on it. Yeah, so you pass like the component into the hook. Do you type it? So like you have a second argument to use model, which would be the props pass into some model? Or do you just like actually render the model and pass it into the hook? But yeah, it makes sense that that certainly makes sense. Like, because it makes more sense to have a shared hook. Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah. So like when you actually consume the hook, so when you like consume the hook, you have like some component and then yeah, so you said like show model is use model, and then you just reference some model component, right? But what if that some model component needs, Oh, so you have like when you do show model, that's where you pass the props, right? If it takes any props. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's really cool. I guess, so the thing that's a little bit, yeah, that's really, really cool. And it looks very much like the, what I like about this is that it's like a hook. It's tied to a hook, so it makes more sense to put it like in a, like it's conceptually easier to share it. But we also have, so for example, the disconnected thing, it doesn't really make sense to trigger the model by like a dispatch or a function like this. You just want to render it in a certain state of the UI. But you can still do that, of course. So you rather say like, so you can just, yeah. I guess here this will be like the children of the model, or is this the full model? Yeah, exactly. Just but is this some model component? Does that also hold the UI code for the model itself, or is it just the children? So inside use model, there's like, yeah, it's the children. Yeah, yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, yeah, I like this more than the dispatcher I have now. So I still think we there are scenarios where you also just want to render, like the thing is like you render some piece of UI, an example here being the disconnected state, where you want the model to be open in that component tree. Or we would have to like use an effect to detect that, oh, we now changed to disconnected, so now show this model, instead of just rendering it when you are disconnected. It's interesting. But it doesn't have to be one or the other. Yeah. Yeah, it's like the actual scenario is, we will look at project editor. Oh, sorry, it's not there. Project editor. So here, the way the disconnected model worked is that yeah, I changed it a little bit, but it would basically be, yeah, it's not as explicit anymore because I refactored this, but you would have like disconnected, and it would like render, it would render the project editor content still, but it would also render the disconnected model like this, which just makes sense because when you move out of the disconnected state, it will also close the model. So it's very tied to this specific render state, as opposed to manually manipulating when to show and hide the model. But again, like it doesn't have to be one or the other. It can definitely be, you can just have both of them. But yeah, that's really interesting with, because I just had like dispatch and it would send a type and stuff, but here you just give it a model, which is really cool. I'll just hear them. Anyways, I have to go into this meeting. But I'll be back in like latest 45 minutes. So let's do a countdown. Yeah. Yeah, it's really interesting. Like, I like the idea of having one way of doing things. But what also happens is like, what's the threshold? Like, do you choose one way of doing things and then you risk like overloading that concept? Like, as an example here, let's just add another option. I'm not saying that's wrong in this case, but it just shows that you kind of build on a concept that wasn't intended for this. Or do you like split up the concept? So it's pure the concept of having like a dispatch model, and then you just allow you to open the model in a different way. It's really difficult to conclude on that kind of stuff. Well, it was super nice insight. Thanks for the example. I'm definitely going to suggest that for the dispatched global model concept. And then we'll see how we land on this other one. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I'll be back shortly. All right, there we are. We're back. Let's see. Just creating a comment here. Let's see. On the turn and sync. What could that be? Let's see. Okay, let's work on this. We have to wrap this up. I was hoping to get it done by tomorrow. So what the hell were we doing? Yeah, first of all, we need this global model to take a set of children instead. And this will be like, let's call it for now, dispatched global model. Yeah, and also let's make sure that this only takes a single model. So this just takes a model. Return action.model. And then when we close it, or null. And it starts with null. And then we just return null. I went too far there. You could argue that this should just be a set state, but but the thing is that we have two actions there. We have open and close. Oh yeah. But then we talked about just using oh yeah, wait a minute. Okay. So let's do it the way Sigurd said. But then how do you actually close the model? Show model. Okay. So how would that look like? Um, yeah, I have to write this out. Can't. There's one thing I can't see clearly. Show. Yeah, I'm putting it the ability to close it from the outside as well. I'm not sure if that's necessary, but just putting it in there for now. Okay, I see. But how do you actually give the component to the context? Like, where do you actually... I'm confused by that. Do you just do like a set state on the... so you have like the global model component, and then you just expose like a set state on the context, and then you just set the children there as like state. Yeah, because I was thinking maybe we could simplify it even more. Oh, yeah, okay. Because I was thinking, oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was wondering, like, what would happen if we rather did. I'm just exploring something here. What if we were to... because this global model, where is it? Let's not even call it that. Let's just remove this one. Okay, so I'm going to try something. So what if we don't have any of this stuff? We have this global model. Open boolean. I don't... yeah, and then we have max width, which is like 500. And then we get open max width and children. Open would be open. So what we could do is, we don't need that one. And we don't need this thing. Okay, so the idea here is that we actually pass in, hello, global model. Import global model from oh yeah, sorry. So state. Oh, sorry. Set state or is open. Set open. Use state. What's happening here? It's angry. What's it angry about? What are you so... What did I do? Oh, wait a minute. I know what it is. It's when we rename files. We have an issue with that. So that would be false. Stay with me here. Yeah, so max width, that would be determined by... Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, no, it needs to be like something you pass in here. Comp. Yeah, let's just do max width number. That should probably be an options object. But what we do here is that we do indeed render the thing. Model, and that would be JSX element. Open. Yeah, the problem now is, yeah, so that's the thing, like the yeah, no, you don't. Okay, interesting. Okay, yeah, this doesn't work. Because now the component isn't mounted, so when we... Oh, wait, it can just be, sorry, it can just be a component. Yeah, so if we rather say this... Yeah, this is interesting. Okay, I'm just going to try something here. So this would be... How the fuck would this work? No, this doesn't make sense. No, god damn it. This doesn't make sense. I have to think. Think. I'm behind on everything now. So the good thing here is that we just give you the component and you just mount it, and then you get this imperative API to close and open it. So you don't need a context provider, which simplifies things. So it's a global model. But the problem is that the thing you actually put into the needs the props. Oh yeah, Zustand store. Yeah, how do you deal with testing with Zustand stores? Like, don't they, like, since they're global, as I understand them, like, you can't really exactly. Oh yeah. Yeah, and it's so interesting, like how incredibly efficient you are when you don't have to consider testing. It's very interesting. Let's see. Okay, so what's interesting here is that we can. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you know what? I think I have an idea. So what we're going to do, oh, this is crazy stuff, but what if we did JSX element? We just do JSX element and we say null. Isn't that considered a JSX element? Okay, I guess not. And then we have the actual model, set model, and then we just return the model. And then when you so when you open, what we do is that we set model and we render the component you pass in with whatever props you have here. Props. So now this thing will mount again. It renders the model. I haven't used clone element before. I'm thinking like we need to pass it. It needs to be like a instance of it, because it needs the props. So here we just say set model null again. Why are you so unhappy? I thought JSX element is what is a rendered component. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but that's what I actually want. Why is there complaints about this? And why does it say that model is never read? Oh, sorry. Oh, what the hell are you complaining about? Type. Oh, is it because of the never? Anyways, so what I wanted to do, So what I wanted to do here is that we wrap the global model around the component. And we don't need to explicitly say that it's open anymore. It's just when you render it, it's open. but we do have max width, which would be max width. But is it complaining because of the never thing? It's not assignable to type, extends. Yeah, exactly. Oh, props any. I thought, yeah, whatever. Yeah, and then of course it complains about that. God damn it. I thought, is there a better way? Oh, sorry. So what we can do, yeah, sorry. We really want the props here. So what we can rather say is that this needs to be a React FC, and then we infer the T like this. And then T represents the properunities. So we don't need to do this extends anymore, because it's the props that we care about here. It's I thought it isn't this supposed to be typed because I have a return type here? I find that very curious. Isn't that optional? Oh, 500. You kidding? Thanks. So let's drop open. It's always open when you render it. Well, what we could do is we can still have open here. I think. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to try something. So we still have, so we don't do this. We just do. Does that make sense? Why are you complaining? I think there has something to do with the transition. So we do want this to be rendered as a global model by default, but open is false. And then we still have max width. It's the same. So the only thing we do here is that we render the same component, but we just give it the children and say that it's open. Okay, so the idea is really that we don't need like a context. You can just use global model, and then it keeps its own state on if it's open or not. And then what we do is that we use the same global model if we don't want to have the imperative. So I guess, what did I just build now? Oh, wait a minute. Now I know why. For fuck's sake. Now I know what the problem was. It was basically, fuck. This scope just blew up completely trying to figure out how we want to do this. The problem is that there are certain contexts we want to open a model, but it's not tied to UI. So using this hook, it doesn't make sense to return a model. because you don't have anywhere to put that model. So for example, from the command palette, like you don't have anywhere to put that component. So that means that you need some global point in your component tree where you can actually insert that component. Yeah, so there has to be a context. But then I was hoping to avoid the whole thing with like explicitly typing and all that stuff. So we could, but what we could do the same. Yeah, we could do the same, have the exact same API, but instead of having internal, like this use state is just on a global context. That's the only difference. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So check this out. So we have use global model. It doesn't return actually. It has the same, but this is hopefully this will kind of just lead to the final awesome thing. So we have use global model. Let's see, how should we separate this? So we use global model. Yeah, by the way, this one needs like I guess we can. Yeah, so this should not. God damn it. So this is the context. What should we call this? So we have use global model, but this is going to use. For fuck's sake. Whatever. Use global model. Or maybe we should just. Let's just call it use model. Or global model. Like, is there some other kind of model? Fuck. Yeah, maybe we should just call it model. And then we have use global model, which is basically create context. We're in the create hook context, which is this thing. For fuck's sake. The max width. How do we get the max width into that global thing? It really needs to be part of the... Oh, we don't have to... Yeah, I guess we don't really have... Since it's not shown anyways... Yeah, I think that's fine. Use global model. So here, indeed, we return the model JSX element. So this is just use model, and then we have use. No, wait, what the fuck am I doing? No, this is, yeah, use global model. But we mount the thing. This is the hook we use when we mount it locally. But does that make any sense? Like, does it make sense to mount it locally? Like, do we have to have that? Yeah, as I said, there are reasons for. Okay, no, so we should call this use global model. And the thing is that this use global model context, this is basically we do not send this. So we don't, this is only for setting the model. And then we have the actual component that's for mounting it. And that would also use global context. This doesn't take anything. So this would just be. So this just exposes whatever dialogue that we have. We just return that at the top. So now we can use global model by giving it the actual contents we want to show. We can set the width of it, which means we can do what you said. Like, you can create a hook that's called like use disconnected, and that doesn't have any props because that's provided internally. And then what you get back from this is the ability to close and show it. Let's call it open, close. What the hell are you complaining about? Oh, sorry. Wait, did I change the wrong one? No, what did I do now? Oh, fuck. I messed it up. I fucking hate these container freaking things. I'm so afraid I'm just what are you complaining about? Where? Oh, FC. Yes. So the point is that this thing here, use global model, is responsible for mounting the model no matter. Now the thing is that what this doesn't cover is where you actually just want to. Yeah, so I think we should change this global model. Let's just call it provider. No, wait, we can't do that. The fuck? Ah, I know what's wrong here. What I'm doing wrong. Sorry, I'm messing up. We can't use this, like we have this shortcut called create context, but we can't really use it here. Because we want to render custom UI, and I forgot about that. And then we have this freaking bad. Well, I guess we can just insert it now. Let's see. Global model. And this would just be a global model provider. Return context. And then we have children, and then we would have the model after it. This doesn't take any props. Yeah, this is kind of shitty that we, okay, so let's do, I really hate this about context, like null as JSX element, and then this is where we actually mount the thing. It's so bad. A value would then be set state. We just give it the ability to change it. Yeah, as unknown as is so bad. Oh, sorry. This isn't a thing. This is just... as... yeah, I think that would be the simplest way. What are you complaining? Already defined? Oh yeah. So the point now is you can use a global model which has the correct stuff, but we also have a global model provider. So you can choose to just mount a global model wherever you want, but you can also use global model. And if you use global model, this is the use context. Yeah, I guess we can rather put the context here. Let's remove all of this stuff. Context, and that would be set model. Oh. Create context? What the hell? And then, what are you complaining about? Set model unknown? Oh, create context. Sorry, there we go. And then global model is coming from here. Okay, so what this means is in the command palette, I'm able to say use global model and give it the reset local to remote. And then that will actually be mounted in the global scope. But I can also go in here if I want to and just use global model and give it some children. And then it's part of the render mechanism of the tree. So that means I need to reset some stuff. But what we've successfully done now is just remove all the typing, like any dispatching and typing and stuff like that. Didn't I export it? Oh, come on. Oh. We also have, I think we're going to do this. Just to make the imports a little bit better. So we're exporting that, and here we get okay, I don't need this. So basically we reset local to remote. Yeah, the question is like, where the fuck do you put the component? But what we can do now, which I really liked about the hook approach, is that we can actually put it in hooks. So we can say, we can just create use local to remote, use reset local to remote dialog. And that actually holds this component. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is like obvious to people. Of course it's not obvious, like a lot of things in React when you have to create your own patterns. How much time do we have? Yeah, we should be able to get this done. What the hell? What were we doing? Yeah, the question is where the hell we're going to refactor disconnected back to where it was. Reset local to remote, and we want to create a hook out of that. And you know, I'm actually going to just keep it with the components there for now. Where the hell is it? Playwright? Components. There you are, components. And we have global model. And then we have new file. Use reset to local. Local to remote model. And I think we can do, yeah, I'm kind of curious about this. So we'll take this thing, we'll shove it into this thing. We don't export that thing. What we rather do is that we export cons use reset to local to remote model. And then we say, we basically return use global model. We give it the reset to local remote. Reset local to remote. And what the hell? Why aren't you happy? Oh, it needs to be close. Or I guess that doesn't matter. Oh, it did matter, but it was optional. Wasn't it? That's weird. I shouldn't have to use it. Why was it complaining? Why does it start complaining? It's not the simultaneous parameter of close. Prop types? That is weird. That is very, very weird. Goddamn TypeScript. Why are you complaining? So even if I just did like foo string here, it says that it's, oh no, why are you so angry? Makes no sense. We're saying extends close. Oh, I think I know why. Or undefined. Because you, no. Or undefined. Like the thing is that React FC, like what's the default? Oh, wait, is that because of, no. Ah! God damn it. And this doesn't make any sense either. What the fuck? Why? What the hell is that? What does this mean? Has no properties in common with weak validation map. Close or undefined? What do you mean? Just because I have a different... I'm not saying that it should be... I'm saying that it should extend it. Why isn't that working? Why can't I have other props? That makes absolutely no sense. And even if I do have close and I do foo string, does it work then? What the fuck? That makes absolutely no sense. Now it starts failing. What the fuck? Well, I guess... Okay, so what we can do is rather do this. The empty probably won't. God damn. Okay, this pisses me off. Why do I have to spend time on this stuff? Why doesn't this extend? Why can't you extend an optional key? It's like... Frick! Why the fuck can't I extend an optional type? So if I do foo, that works. Why doesn't it work here? There must be something I'm missing here. Is it because I'm saying this, it needs to be this? But now it starts complaining here. But that can be fixed. Yeah, I think we have to do this. And And then we'll have to ignore this. It's just because this is how it looks like. Or I guess like this. And then we have to see. We're getting the props there, which might be undefined. And then we'll have to... Wait. Type undefined? Okay. Then open, sorry, close. Yeah, and now that's of course wrong because that's not necessarily part of... What if I do close or close? For fuck's sake. This is just horrible. You have to be able to pass properties into a model without passing close. Or I can take the shortcut and just say that close has to be there. Yeah, because we are passing it in regardless. So let's do that for fuck's sake. The problem though... No, wait a minute. Yeah, okay. So props here is we have to omit... Okay, wait a minute. So we'll call this model props. I feel like I'm completely over-engineered. Like, this is not what I'm supposed to spend my time on. This feature would have been done today, this morning, and I could have done other stuff. I never felt this, like, I think that's what stresses me the most with work, is when I feel like I'm learning something and using my brain as... I don't care about the value. I'm just using my brain to figure out something and build something. And I like doing that. But then I'm constantly feeling bad about the time I spend on it, because we're in this state where we should really only do stuff that makes value. And nobody cares about how this model is implemented from a user experience perspective. But in the long term, of course, the team cares about it. The code base cares about it. Like, it's balancing that has been at the front of my mind the last few weeks, and I think that's what's making me so freaking frustrated. What was I doing? Yeah, so here we actually want to omit the key of model props. So why are you complaining now? Oh, for fuck's sake. What the fuck? I've just been messing around with it. Like, this doesn't matter. None of this matters. We don't have to emit. This is just the props. Wait a minute. It does matter. How does this matter? So it has to extend the model props, but we don't want those props to be passed in on open. We want any other props to be passed in on open. But now like if I do close and define. Oh, this is interesting. But if I use omit, then I get a type error. That's really annoying. That's fucking annoying. I really hate, like, this is such between library land and actual implementation. So it frustrates me a lot because it I don't want to introduce magic typing. But we kind of have to do it. So we kind of have to do as react fc t. I don't know if I can do that inline. Are you still complaining? I'm about to explode. I am about to explode. Now I get a type error here. What I think though is that we completely messed this up, because when I close it and we render this, like, it will remove the children, so this won't even work. Like, this will remove the children while the dialogue is fading out, which is going to look like shit. You want the children to be there. And then to produce the children, you have to open the model. I think I'm turning off. I don't know. I'm getting very frustrated and demotivated. What just happened? There you go. Yeah, I'm gonna turn off. Sorry about that. I'm just generally, I get very easily in a bad mood these days. I think I'm generally very stressed. I have to figure out how to fix it. Cool. But there were some good hours here. But yeah, now it just turned really dark. Anyways, we'll talk later. Bye bye.